So this first race up, we've got a mix of Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35s. So this is Heat A. So the Formula 50s, that formula designed around the Rotax 503 engine. It's been around for many, many years. The important thing with this particular category is that you have to run the engine pretty much as it came out the box. So standard format, so no special exhausts or carbs. They are restricted on the weight, and there are some other restrictions. They're only allowed to use the one fan to provide lift and thrust. Formula 3s, they're up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. And then the Formula 35s, I'm not sure whether that one will come out. We've only got one this weekend. They run industrial 4-stroke engines. And the favourite for that tends to be the Briggs & Stratton. And they're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower. It's not on CC. They have to be air-cooled. And they typically use the Briggs & Stratton. So you'd see it typically on a sort of gardening type piece of machinery, such as a lawnmower or something a bit more beefy. So running through the grid, in pole position is number 86, and that is Mikey Lambert. That's a Formula 50. Second spot is 147. Howard Ash, that doesn't appear to be there on the grid at the moment. Then 67, that's going to be Honor Greaves. She's not there yet. And then completing the front row will be number 89, Peter Symes Thompson in a Formula 50. Second row, we've got 116, Serena Hackett. Then we've got 95, and I think that's going to be Charlie Clark. Then 108, and then I suspect that is going to be Dan Turnbull. Row 3, we've got 51, Georgia Olner. Nick Drew, 81, 144, Richard Pound. And then completing row 3, number 50, Richard Worthington. Row 4, 72, Kian Olner. So we do have a brother and sister out there. And then Josh Morales in 43. Got his brother here, so I know it's Josh out there. And then alongside him should be... Oh, Josh! Oh, getting the two mixed up. They're going... Oh, okay. So he should be out there, but his engine's broke. So that's... Okay, so he's listed on the grid. That's the same with the Formula 35. I'm just looking down there to see if that's there. I think it is 171, sorry, Deacon. Row 5, 168. That is going to be another Turnbull, and that is Formula 3. And that's Laura Turnbull. So I'm just trying to work out whether we've actually got 3 of the Turnbulls out there, but I don't think... No, I think we've only got 2 of them out there. And then completing the last row, 46, Russ Hudson. So I've just been informed that Adam Turnbull is not racing today. He's revising for exams. So we saw him out there for 2 days. So I think his dad's going to be taking over the mantle on that particular race number. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board now. So they'll go through a sequence on the grid there They'll go through the 2-minute board. That's when the drivers tend to fire up their engines, and the marshals will go through the grid. They'll check the drivers got their crash helmets fastened up properly, and they got their lanyard fitted. Now the lanyard is a safety cord that connects from the driver. It's usually to the wrist, can be the life jacket. It's a cord that goes to the engine. So the event of a driver coming out of the craft, then that cord automatically gets pulled and it stops all the engines, so the craft doesn't go herring off. Now that is checked as they come onto the grid, and also as they're firing up the engines. Now the marshals go through the grid and make sure they've actually got it fitted. They go onto the 1-minute board, and then we go into the final sequence on the lights. So the lights are behind the tree there to the left. You can't quite see it, but it is there. Right, we're on the 1-minute board now. Okay, I'm looking for the start marshal now. See the arm going up in the air, not quite there yet, I don't think. So it's going to be a mad rush down to this first turn round the telegraph pole turn. The hand's gone up, so we're now just moments away. Here we go. So it's 108, Dan Turnbull that goes through first. 147, 86, 50, 81, 72, 67, 116, 51, 46, 144, 168, 171, 95 and 89. The grid is cleared. And Dan Turnbull already starting to open up a lead. So Howard Ash still in second, but he's now under pressure. 147 Howard Ash in the Formula 3 is now under pressure from the Formula 50s, and 50 Richard Worthington moves up past and goes into second spot. Now Howard will be under pressure from 81 Nick Drew, who's making the move, I think, on the outside. They run up the hill. It looks as though he's got past. Yes, he has. Then we've got a gap to the rest of the field. Well, just keeping a close eye on second and third spot. Richard Worthington, number 50, and Nick Drew, 81, as they run up the hill. Nick Drew has got the potential to catch Richard Worthington, but whether he can make it stick on the pass, we'll have to see. Long way back now. Here's the big gaggle of craft going through the pond. So our back marker already being lapped, 171 Zoe Deacon. She is down on power to the rest of the field in that F35 craft. So not surprising. So around the telegraph pole turn, Georgia owner. Number 51, She potentially could catch Howard Ash in that Formula 3, number 147 as they go up the hill. Then we got 46, 144, 86, 72, 67, 116, 168, 95. And our leader comes through, 108 Dan Turnbull. That is now oh dear, we've lost Nick Drew. The run down the hill, he's pulled off to one side, and there's no frantic movement there. So Nick Drew out of the race. He was in, I think, third or fourth spot. So we're midpoint in the race, 4 laps gone. So the running order now is 108. Dan Turnbull, second is 50, Richard Wellington, third is 147, Howard Ash. Then 51, Georgia Olner, then 46, Russ Hudson, 144, Richard Pound. That's the first 6 or 7. So that's now 5 laps completed by our leader. Dan Turnbull with a good lead, but he is now getting in amongst the back markers, so he's got to be careful as he picks his way through. Right, last lap board is now up. 108 Dan Turnbull goes through the line. Looking back for second spot, and I think that's going to be Richard Wellington, number 50. And he's coming through now. Just crossing the line. So 108 Dan Turnbull takes the win. And I believe Richard Wellington just gone through the line in second spot. And I'll have to wait to get confirmation of the rest of the placings. So I'll run through the placings shortly. As they peel back to the paddock, their next group up, this is Heat A, and this is a combined group of Formula 2 and Formula 1. So Formula 2 is up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. And the Formula 1's unlimited capacity, so we tend to talk about horsepower rather than cc. and you're looking at somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower for thrust, plus a lift engine. The 0 to 60, they will out-accelerate most standard road cars, and they'll top out at around 80 mile an hour. I believe the majority of the craft on the grid are Formula 2s. We do have the Formula 1, Conrad Bill on the second row. So running through the grid in pole position 52. That is Abby Beale this time. I do have quite a few craft that run as teams, and those teams could be friends, family members, all sorts. You name a combination, we probably get it out there. So Abby in pole position. Now Dad is behind her in the F1. Alongside Abby in the red craft is 61. That's Katrina Palfrey. You'll see her dad out later. So that's a father-daughter combination. Third spot we're still waiting for. That is going to be 78. Sorry, 68. And that this time is going to be Dan Turnbull. It has been Adam, but Adam, as I said earlier, has got to go off and do studying for uni exams. So Dad's taken on the mantle there. And completing the front row is 77 George Barnes. So that second row, the one Formula 1, pure Formula 1 out there. Number 1, Conrad Bill, a former UK, European and world champion. Alongside him is Maciek Uckman, number 98. And then completing the second row is 119, and that is Jake Trussler. Right, coming up to the 2 in just a moment. Now, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the racing side or even the cruising side, where we're racing up and down the country, then the club website for the whole of the UK is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you can now follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. Right, the marshals are about to be shown 2 boards now. That's the 2-minute board and a board with a H on it. That means a hold. So somewhere, and that could be race control, just waiting for the grid to be set into motion. So that 2-minute now and the hold board means that 2 minutes is effectively frozen in time. Oh, I've just been rudely told that their race control is ready, so it's something on the track. Ah, yes, I see, catch listing. Terrible, isn't it, when the race controller listening to me? Come out and give me a earful. So it's on the course this time, so making sure that catch netting is in place. As you saw, it gets a bit busy down there. So we're now back on that 2-minute board. So as I was saying, that 2 minute gets frozen. So if anybody comes as a late starter and want to go onto the grid, they've missed that 2-minute marker. And so if they come out after that 2 minute, they have to go and start from the back of the grid, or from the paddock exit, actually. So nobody affected in this particular instance. So not so many craft, but we're now picking up the pace quite dramatically. Well, having said it was Conrad Beale in number 1, I'm not sure. It could be his son, actually, Callum, but I'll probably out to spot that as they come through. Here we go. Well, 68 Dan Turnbull has gone into the corner first, 1077 George Barnes, and then it's Conrad Beale, the Formula 1 number 1, moves already up into second spot. He'll be looking to make the move very quickly up the hill. There we go. That's the speed difference between a Formula 1 and a Formula 2. So 1, 68, 77, 119, 52. 98 and 61. That's as they run across the top of the hill there. Well, the battle really is between 68 Dan Turnbull and 77 George Barnes. Those two locking horns there for second spot. Jay Trussell is just dropping onto the water. 119 is in a reasonably comfortable position, but then we've got 52 Abby Bill, 98 Mychek Uckman in their own battle, then 61 Katrina Palfrey. And here comes our leader. 3 laps completed now. So Katrina Palfrey, 61, goes a lap down on the leader. Here's the battle for second. 68 Dan Turnbull, still being chased by 77 George Barnes. Was 68 and 77 went round that telegraph pole turn. You can see the precision of the turning round that marker. 6 laps completed now. Leader goes through. Right, the last lap board is now out. George Barnes trying to make the move on Dan Turnbull at the top of the hill there, but not quite making it. Our leader comes through the line. The last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. So Mychek Uckman, 98, going to get caught up in this battle for second spot. Hopefully he sees them coming through. Yes, he does. And hopefully he's going to keep out the way. 68, Dan Turnbull goes one side. George Barnes trying to take the other side. So 98, the meat in the sandwich there as the two of them went through. George has got the wider line. So can he cut back inside as they get to the top of the hill? Always close, but not quite close enough. So Conrad Bill takes an easy win in that Formula One. Right, the run to the line. Is it going to be 68 or 77? 52, Abby Bill coming through as a back marker, but it is Dan Turnbull. 68 that takes second. George Barnes takes third in number 77. Fourth will go to 119. Jake Trustler. Fifth will go to 52, Abby Bill, and sixth will go to 98, Mychek Uckman, and then seventh will go to 61, Katrina Palfrey. Right, so that's both our Heat A's done. So this is where we're switching the juniors and Colts around now. So if you're looking at the programme, we're going to put the Colts in now. And the juniors will be run after Heat B, 2 of the Heat Bs. So Colts up next. And so we're now looking at age 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted in what they can run. I won't go into the technicalities of what engines, but basically it's all about the amount of thrust they can produce. So there's no point in getting a small engine, tuning it to the nth degree, because at the end of the day, they can only produce a certain amount of thrust. Now, you will see on some craft, the pink one there, in third spot, Maya Barlow, you see a piece of black material in front of the duct. That's to reduce the airflow going into the fan. So that's just enough to bring her within the limits of the amount of thrust she can produce. Pole sitter for the race, 44, Lily Elston. And in second spot, we've got 158, Tyler Reynolds. Third spot, number 7, Maya Barlow, and completing the front row is 153, Emily Lewandon. So 6 laps this time. Right, 2-minute board has just gone up. We've got all the craft onto the grid. So Emily's got a small issue there. Dad's come out to have a look. No, all good. So after this Colt race, we'll be having the Heat B for the Formula 50, 3 and 35s, and then Heat B of Formula 2 and 1. And then we'll have the junior race. Novice race is being taken out. We've got no novices. We're going to the open race. And then we'll go to a break. Right, we're on the lights. Here we go. Oh, Emily Lewandon, not a good start. She's caught the catch netting. There's Lily Elston, 44, that goes off first, then Tyler, then Maya. So just checking Emily there. She got caught up in the catch netting. So the race has been stopped. So not a high-speed impact, but the medics there just checking her out. Probably winded more than anything. So what will happen now is that the next group will be called forward, and the craft that you see stopped on track, they have to stop there. As soon as they see the red flag, the race is stopped, but they have to stop where they are, and they will wait for the marshals to give them the all clear when the incident is cleared down here. And so all the marshals are on radio on a radio link. So I tend to be listening to that. Obviously, this incident is right in front of me, so I don't have to listen to the radio. And what we'll be doing now is, once the medics are happy, we'll get those craft back into the paddock. The next group will be called forward, so that's going to be Heat B for Formula 50, Formula 3 and Formula 35. So just another reminder, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more about the sport as a whole, obviously you see the racing here. That's just one aspect of the club. There's the cruising side, which up in this area of the country is some good cruising going on. The best way to find out any information is go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter, and Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. The handle for all three of those is at official HCGB. Right, don't forget the snack bar is open inside the barn. So if you turn around, see the barn doors open. The snack wagon is just inside there on the left. Food and drink. just going to stay quiet for a little while the medics do their thing. Just checking. I'm on Right, so it looks as though the ambulance will be going off track very shortly. Driver is alive and breathing. I'll try and give you an update a bit later as to her condition. We'll just wait for the ambulance to just move out of the way. Feedback I've had at the moment, I don't think there's any major issues. Probably see her bouncing around later. More hurt her pride than anything else. So our marshal's now moving back into position. Just waiting to hear for the siren go up in the paddock for the 10-minute board. And we'll get the next group out. whilst we're waiting, if you do want to get involved in the sport at all, you don't have to race. Obviously, you see many people here in orange. They all volunteer to travel up and down the country and marshal at these events. And if you do want to get involved in that side of things, you'll be more than welcome to, and you get the radio and well, the orange stuff supplied for you, so you don't have to worry about that. And you'll get training. Now we do have some sites where the water is the bigger part of it, so we have a water rescue team as well for that side of things. Of course, we've got the scrutineers that have all the technical knowledge, and all these craft are checked before the meeting starts, and if there's any incidents where the craft is damaged, they get re-scrutineered before they're allowed back out again. And obviously that knowledge is specific to our sport. It's been built up over many years. And we've got obviously the lap scorers, if you fancy doing a bit of lap scoring. But also there's obviously the whole team that puts this event together, the local club that puts this event on. And it take quite a bit of effort. All the course has to be set up ready for us to arrive. So at the end of today, all this catch netting, etc., is all going to be taken down. So you just fancy getting involved at the local level, just as a club member, and get involved in the organisation things of this local branch. You can contact the local club, and that you can go through to the main club website. You'll find all the details there at www.hovercraft.org.uk. So just give you a heads up, this incident will obviously have an impact on our break between the two block of races, but hopefully we'll still have one. And at that time you will be able to come in and have a look at the craft up close. Right, I'm going to pop along and speak to the public. Should have done this a few minutes ago. I'll turn my mic off, but I'm going to wander along, see if anybody's got any questions. Right. Good. Right, I've just been given an update. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to go for a break now. This is taking a bit longer than we expected. So we're going to go for a break now. We won't have a break later. So on your program, the break we were going to have between the two blocker races, that won't happen now. We'll run straight through. So we're going to stop now for about an hour. It'll be 1:45 will be the start of the next race. So you've got until 1:35 to go in and have a look around at the craft. So just a few reminders. It's strictly a no smoking zone in the paddock area. That includes e-cigarettes as well. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft, and watch out for those hot exhausts. Okay, they might not have been running recently, but with the temperatures, that heat may still will be there. Um, if you've got any questions, drivers are usually quite amenable, unless they've got spanners or pistons flying everywhere, then that's probably not a good time. But please feel free to have a wander through and into the paddock now. And you've got until 1:35. Obviously, if you're not going in there, the snack wagon or the snack bar is available. That's in the barn there. Go through and on the left-hand side. For anybody that's turned up recently, members of the public, we've gone for an early break due to an incident in the Colt race. So we're in that break now. So switch round in the programme for today now. The next race will start at 1:45. So if you do want to go into the paddock and have a look around, you've got until 1:35 to do that. And if you are wandering down there to have a look around, please remember it's a strictly no smoking zone. That includes e-cigarettes. And if you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't clamber on the craft, and watch out for the hot exhaust. Well, okay, they haven't been running, but the temperature's such that that heat may still be there. And usually the drivers are quite amenable for answering questions, as there's banners flying everywhere. And so please feel free to have a wander around, and you'll hear my voice again at 1:35. So this will be the only break now we have today. So once we start racing, we'll be running through the whole day without any further breaks. So if you do want to have a look at the craft up close, don't miss your opportunity, because this is it now. Thank you very much. I'll talk to you later. 1. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's just turned out past 1. So any members of the public that have come into the paddock area to have a look around, can I ask you to now start making your way back to the public viewing area? The craft will be coming out onto the grid in about 25 to. So we're looking at, 3 or 4 minutes. And we are going to get the racing underway at 1:45. So we've now changed the programme for the rest of the afternoon due to that incident in the Colt race. So the break we've just had will be the only break now for the rest of the day. Our first race up will be a rerun of that Colt race before we get into the rest of the programme. Right, it's the final call for any members of the public in the paddock area. Can you please now make your way back to the public viewing area? The craft will be coming out into the grid in a couple of minutes. So an update on the programme for those that have come to watch. Our first race will be at 1:45, so we've had to rearrange the schedule due to an incident in the Colt race. And so our break that was scheduled for later, that won't happen now. We've just had that. We're going to go to rerun of the Colt race first, then the open race. No, we still got to do the Formula. Oh, let me get my head around this because we've changed the juniors and Colts around anyway. So yeah, okay, I'm with it now. So we've got the rerun of the Colt race. Then we're going into Heat B. So if you're looking at a programme, we're going into Heat B for the Formula 50s, 3s, F35s. Then we'll have Heat B for the Formula 2s and 1s. Then we'll have the junior race. Then the open race. So forget the novices. We don't have any now this weekend. And then we'll be going into the second block of racing, which will be the Formula 50, starting off that F3 35 for F2 Colts. No, junior, F1 Colts, novice, open. Hopefully that's correct. Oh, no novices. Sorry again. Right, so this is the rerun of the Colt race, and clearly we're going to be one craft missing. That's Emily Lewandon, the craft that got caught up in the catch netting here. I don't have any clear updates at the moment. I will try and update you if I get any more information. She has been taken away to be checked out. I don't think there was anything life-threatening, so hopefully it'll all come back good. So we just got the 3 craft on the grid. So this is 6 laps. This is the only race that will do 6 laps. All the rest are doing 8. Colts, if you weren't here earlier, the Colts, they are restricted in what they can run. At the end of the day, they are restricted in the amount of thrust they can actually produce. So there's no point in getting an engine that fits the formula and then tuning it to the nth degree. It doesn't work because you can only produce a certain amount of thrust. Now, you may see as the craft come past that there are restrictors, for want of a better word, that are put in place in front of the fan, so it reduces the airflow into the fan. The craft on the right, the pink one, has got a piece of material over a segment of the fan guard. On the pole sitter's craft, that has got a piece blanked out, big piece blanked out in the centre, to bring them into that area where they can be tested with the amount of thrust. So pole sitter, number 44, and that is Lily Elston. Second spot is Tyler Reynolds, 158, and then we've got number 7, Maya Barlow, completing that front row. So just 3 crafts, unfortunately, in this race. Directly after this, we will have the Heat B for the Formula 50, Formula 3 and 35s. So the programme just getting a bit jumbled up now, having had that early break. So 2-minute board now up. Right, here we go, they're away. Lily Olsen goes into the turn first. She should be able to come away with the lead still. Maya Barlow challenging for that second spot, but it does look as though it's going to be Tyler Reynolds in 158 that holds on to it for the moment. So having chatted to Maya earlier, apparently her father's shown her how to operate the throttle and wind it to its max, so she's getting to grips with that now. She moves up into second spot because Tyler has made an error going into that turn, so he swings wide. Maya goes through and into second. Oh, there we go. Tyler came back. Back up in a second. Swings wide. Yeah, still carries the speed through though. Well, Lily Elston away and clear now. So the three of them fairly spread out. It's a case really now of not making any mistakes. So 3 laps gone. That's midpoint in the race now. Our next heat starting to form up onto the grid. It's Heat B, combination of the Formula 50s, Formula 3s and Formula 35s. So 1 lap to go now. The last lap board is now out. Lily Elston in control of the race. Tyler Reynolds still pushing hard in number 158 there, but not close enough to mount the challenge. So Lily Elston, number 44, an easy win in the end. Took control at the start and led the way. Tyler Reynolds, 158, coming through in second. And that leaves Maya Barlow coming through in third. Number 7 going up the hill there. So I'll start running through the grid in just a moment. We'll just wait for Maya to come through. Right, so I'll pole it for this race. This is a trial format this weekend. We ran it yesterday, and it's been approved to run it again today. So a trial format where we're mixing the formulas together. It'll be just in this first block of racing. The second block will be our standard format. So in pole position we got 46 Ross Hudson in a Formula 50. Then we got 168, and that is going to be Laura Turnbull in a Formula 3. Then Zoe Deacon in 171 in the Formula 35. And then 43, Josh Morales. I don't think that one's going to be out. And so that spot will stay vacant. Second row, 72, Kian Olner in a Formula 50. And alongside him is number 50 in a Formula 50, Richard Worthington. And then completing row 2 is 144, Richard Pound. Row 3 is going to be 81, Nick Drew in a Formula 50. Then it'll be number 51, another Formula 50, Georgia Olner. So we've got Kian and Georgia, both siblings there in this race. And then alongside Georgia, we've got 108. And that is going to be probably Dan Turnbull. Definitely Dan Turnbull, I'm being told. So completing row 3, 95. I think that's going to be Charlie Clark. Row 4, 116. Serena Hackett, so we're looking at Formula 50s here. Alongside that is 89, Pitts-Ives Thompson, another Formula 50. Then 67, Honor Greaves in the Formula 50. Then on row 5, 147, Howard Ash in the Formula 3. And then alongside Howard Ash is number 86, Michael Lambert in another Formula 50. So we are now on the 2-minute board. So we're now into the area of 8 laps per race. Don't forget it's only the Colts that do 6. So it's all going to get a bit hectic as they go around this telegraph pole turn on the first lap. One minute away from the start now. Right, they'll be started on a set of lights which is just behind the tree. I can just about see the marshal. There we go, the hand's gone up. So we're about to go. And we're away. As Laura Turnbull, 168 off first. Followed by 46, 50, 72, 144, 81, 108. And then a whole gaggle. Well, Richard Worthington, number 50, that Formula 50 is shot through into the lead at the moment. They've all managed to get round the telegraph pole turn, this time clean. That looked like Kian Elner getting a bit airborne there as he went up the hill, number 72. So, Richard Wellington, number 50, comes through first. Now we've got a daughter and father combination, 168. Laura Turnbull is in front of her dad, 108 Dan Turnbull, but he's going to squeeze through on the inside. They're both in different formulas. Then it's Russ Hudson, 46, Kian Olin, 72, 81 Nick Drew, 144 Richard Pound, 51 Georgia Olner, 116 Serena Hackett, 147 Howard Ash, 86 Mikey Lambert, 95 Charlie Clark, 67 Honor Greaves, and then 171 at the rear, Zoe Deacon in that Formula 35. Right, our leader, it's still 50, Richard Wellington. He's got now Dan Turnbull, 108, chasing him down, and going to get a bit airborne as he come over the rise there. Right, so two front runners have got caught the back marker. 171 Zoe Deacon, she looks behind, she sees the leaders there. We've got a late starter coming out, 8-9. Peter Simon Thompson is going to feed into the race, but he's several laps down now. So here we go, the battle for the lead. 108, Dan Turnbull looking at the outside line. And as he made it, it looks as though he has, but Richard's still got the inside lines to go into the turn. He still holds on to the lead. Right, the run down the hill for the two front runners. Right, round the telegraph pole turn they go. Oh, Richard Worthington swung wide. Dan Turnbull takes the right line. There's now side by side as they come to the water, but it is still Richard in number 50. That is still the leader. So that late starter, Peter Simon Thompson, I think he's going to get caught up in that battle for the lead. But no, Dan Turnbull has got the inside line this time as they make the turn. He's gone in through to the lead. Long way back to third. And that is Dan Dawson, 168. Laura Turnbull, followed by 46, Russ Hudson, 72. Kian Olner, 81. Nick Drew. I've lost the numbers now. And we're 5 laps into the race. 5 laps gone now. So here comes third spot. Laura Turnbull, she's managed to pull away now from Russ Hudson, 46. Then a whole gaggle coming through. Kian Olner, 72. 81 Nick Drew. 144 Richard Pound. 171 Zoe Deacon, all that she's being lapped. Then Georgia Olner, 51. Then 116 Serena Hackett. 147 Howard Ash. There comes our leader. 6 laps completed now. 108 still Dan Turnbull. Oh, Richard Worthington stopped. We've lost second spot. Richard Worthington just going round the telegraph pole. He's got his hand up. Oh no, that second spot gone. So now we've now got a father and daughter in first and second, but daughter just crossing the line now is probably half a lap down on her dad. But she is in second spot. Here comes the battle for third. It's 46, 72, 81, 144, 51. Those 5 locked in battle as they go up the hill. Russ Hudson, he's popped a segment on that right-hand side. Shouldn't make a big difference, but it might just take off the edge off the pace, and Nick Drew looking to try and capitalise on that as they go up the hill, round the turn and take the run back down again. And Richard Powell makes the move in 144. Can he make it stick? Kian Olner, 72, trying to fight back. Our leader's gone through. 108, Dan Turnbull. An easy win in the end. Oh, Kian Olner's gone. No, it's not Kian Olner. There's somebody gone airborne and lost a rudder off the back. I'm trying to work out who that is. So somebody went airborne going up the hill and lost a rudder. Laura Turnbull, 168, comes through in second. Third, it's 81, Nick Drew. Then 46, Russ Hudson. Then 144, Richard Pound. The race has been stopped. There is a red flag incident somewhere on the track, I suspect at the top of the hill, so the race has been stopped. There'll be no rerun, the leader already gone through. So you'll notice all the craft stopped in their position. As soon as they seen that red flag, the drivers stop in the first safe place they can. And that call's gone out over the radio to all the marshals. They've all reacted to it. So those craft stopped on track now won't move until they've got the all clear from a marshal that it's safe to do so. So at the top of the hill there, it can be very, very nasty. The wind, although it's not strong, it is a bit variable up there. That's why they have a flag flying up there to give the drivers an indication of to which way the wind is blowing. Because when they get to the top of the hill there, it literally is a short section of flat ground, and it is short, and then it drops away the other side. And because it drops away, the wind comes up the hill on that other side and then meets the craft as it's banking to go into the turn. Wind gets underneath it, and it can very easily go up and over, and that's happened a few times this weekend. So that result will stand. Leader had gone through the checkered flag, so that result does stand. The next group is already formed up on the grid, and this is Heat B for Formula 2 and Formula 1. So whilst they're dealing with that incident at the top of the hill, the grid that's just formed up. So Formula 2 up to 600cc 2-strokes, 750cc 4-stroke. They're all 2-strokes this weekend. There is a 4-stroke sat in the paddock, but it's not made it out. That's Peter Symes-Thompson's. And he would be one of the front runners if that craft had been running, but sadly not. So our pole position for this particular grid is Jake Trussler in 119. Alongside Jake is 98, Maciek Uchman. So both those Formula 2s. And then we got the only Formula 1 in the race, number 1. That is going to be, I'm looking for the driver. Is that Callum or his dad? No, can't quite see it at the moment. Could be Callum Bill or Conrad Bill. So that's a father and son combination. Completing the front row, 77, George Barnes. Row 2, it should be 68. Now that was one of the Turnbulls, Adam Turnbull, but he's had to return home. Uni is calling, and he's got to do some revision. So I believe his dad is taking up the mantle, but his dad has only just won that race, so he's got to get back, switch craft now, and get back onto the grid for this race. Alongside him is number 61, Dave Palfrey, another Formula 2, then 52, and this time I think it's going to be Aaron Sutton, but it could be his partner, Abby Bill. Can't see the drivers at the moment, so we'll just wait on that one. So, having mentioned the Formula 2's specification, that, as I say, it's up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750 4-stroke. The Formula 1's unlimited capacity. And this is where you don't talk about CC, it's all about grunt, and that's horsepower. So the thrust engine on that number 1 craft, I'm not sure the exact horsepower, but it would probably be somewhere between 200 and 220 horsepower. That delivers that horsepower just into that thrust fan. And then they have a lift engine as well. The acceleration from a standing start, 0 to 60, would outdo most road cars. And they would top out at around about 80 mile an hour. If you tried to drive a car up that hill at that speed, you would wreck it. So dropping into that second row, Dan Turnbull is switchcraft, so he comes out into this race. So that's where the combination of having team members comes in handy. His son normally racing, they have a team number for that craft, so Dad has taken over for today's racing, so they can keep the points rolling forward. So I've just seen who the drivers are. Number 1, it is Callum Beale, and 52 is Aaron Sutton. So yesterday we were treated to a real spectacle when in the I think it was the second race for the no, was it the second race? It might have been the second race where Callum Beale in that Formula 1 was chasing the Formula 2 spec craft of Adam Turnbull. He was just waiting for the right moment to make the pass. He did it on the last lap, went up the hill, went into the turn, banked it, and he banked it all the way across the top of the hill there and just swept round the outside and coming through to take the win. It was a real pleasure to watch. So there was Kian Olner that went up on its backside and lost the rudder. He's just gone past me now, so hopefully they've collected the rudder somewhere and they'll be able to get that fixed. So the rudder is that blade, for want of a better word, at the back that deflects the air to give them the steering. Now some craft only have the 1 rudder, some have 2. You can potentially have more than that, but it tends to lose its effect, especially on the racing side. So the incident at the top of the hill now is cleared. We will be going on the 2-minute board very soon. So right, I've just heard over the radio that the medics are back on standby, so they're ready to rock and roll. And so we're going to go on to the 2-minute board. Hear that whistle in just a moment. So 8 laps, just a whole lot quicker. Right, we're on the 1 minute board now. So 1 minute away from the start. Here we go, we're on the lights. As to Formula One, away first, Callum Beale. Banks it into the turn. Nicely under control, and he's away and gone. Oh, and the fan's gone. Oh, 52, Aaron Sutton. The fan has gone on his thrust. That's him out of the race. I didn't see what happened there. I don't think there was any impact with another craft, but Aaron Sutton out of the race with a blown thrust fan. Here comes Callum Beale, stretching the legs on that Formula One. Well, the real battle, there's two separate battles, I think, going on there. George Barnes, 77, just turned to run down the hill. He's going to be chased by Dan Turnbull, 68, and then 119, Jake Trussler. I've still got Maciek Uffman, number 98, within striking distance. So 3 laps gone now. Well, the craft getting fairly spread out now. The number 1 craft, Callum Beale, coming down the hill. He's already lapped Dave Palfrey, number 61. So Callum now got past Martin Elkman to put him a lap down. Well, I was hoping there was going to be a bit more of a battle between 68 and 77. They're just at the top of the hill there, but Dan Turnbull has not managed to make any impact on the pace of 77 George Barnes. So last lap board now out, 1 lap to go for Callum Beale, number 1. And Callum Beale in the Formula One, number 1, takes an easy win. George Barnes, number 77, comes through in second. Third, across the line, 68 Dan Turnbull. Fourth goes to 119, Jake Trussler. Fifth will go to 98, Maciek Uchman. And sixth will go to number 61, Dave Palfrey. Right, we're now coming to the juniors. So we're now looking at an age range of 13 to 16 years of age. And the rough guide as to what they're allowed to run is the Formula 3 specification craft, so that's up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke, the Formula 50 specification craft, and the Formula 35 specification craft. I think they're all going to be running either Formula 3s or Formula 50s. There's no Formula 35s out there. And this formula is going to be running for 8 laps. So pole sitter for this race is going to be, I've lost my sheet. 155, Ollie Brand. Second is going to be 48, Josh Trussler. Third is going to be a Hudson. Now, which one is it? We think it's Luke Hudson. And then completing that front row is going to be Oscar Lewington, 53. Second row. Can't quite make out the second row at the moment. My grid sheet seems to have disappeared. Just going to look sound, see if I can work out who else is going to be on the grid. 27, Elliot Folland should be out there. Joe Smith, 24, should be out there. Could be Thomas Cowgill or Amy O'Callaghan in number 51, potentially out there. Nancy Devlin, 67. 86, Ben Lambert. 147, Nathan Ash. Right, the drivers have been shown the 2-minute board. As you'll notice, they've not rushed around to start their engines because alongside that 2-minute board, they've been shown the H. So that is a hold board. So there's an issue somewhere that they need to freeze that moment in time. My wife is gesticulating at me from the grid, and I haven't got a clue what she's saying. Don't tell her that. She's probably listening to the speakers, and she'll... Oh, I'm getting some... I thought I was going to get some comments over the radio there, but she's talking to race control. So, putting that aside, it sounds as if we're good to go. It sounds as if there may have been a small hold on the race control side of things. Anyway, that moment in time, that 2 minutes was frozen there for a moment, so anybody that came out would have forfeited their position on the grid and they would have had to start from the paddock exit. So that 2 minutes has now been unfrozen, as it were, and we're back on that 2-minute board, and this is where they start getting the engines fired up, and there's either a sigh of relief or a panic because it won't start. Right, we're on the 1 minute board now. Quite a stiff breeze now. And hopefully they'll take that into account as they get up the top of the hill there. These craft a lot lighter, and obviously the drivers as well, so I hope they can keep the craft down. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Ollie Brand off to a great start. He gets in front of Josh Trusser. Luke Hudson, 46, in second at the moment. So it's 155, 48, 46, 53, 51, 24, 27, 86, 147 and 67 at the moment, and the grid has cleared. Well, Josh Trussler has got through into the lead and he's passed Ollie Brand. Let's see if Ollie can fight back. So through the line first, 48 Josh Trussler, then Ollie Brand 155 by a whisker because Luke Hudson 46 is on his tail. Then 53, Oscar Lewandon, 24, Joe Smith, 51, and I think that's going to be Amy O'Callaghan, 86, Ben Lambert, 27 is going to be Elliot Folland, then 147, Nathan Ashton, 67, Nancy Devlin. Well, the first four now starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. No change of places at the moment in the first four, but still very much in touch. Any small mistake and that could all change. And Joe Smith, 24, looking at the inside of number 51 there as they go around the turn. Oh, 51 swings wide and into the catch netting. No, just avoids it. But Joe Smith moves up to place 24 and Ben Lambert moves up past 51 in that number 86 craft. Right, group of three has just gone past. I think that's actually going to be Thomas Cowgill, 51. He's still being chased by Elliot Folland, 27, and 147 Nathan Ash. So we're midpoint in the race now. 4 laps gone. Well, Thomas Cowgill not quite getting it clean, and 27 Elliot Folland could have capitalised on it, but he made a small mistake as well, so the position's staying the same. It's 51, 27, 147 as they go into the water. Now, Nancy Devlin, she's popped the segment on that front left corner. She's now going to be lapped by the leader. Believe it or not, that's boyfriend and girlfriend there. 48 Josh Trusser. I wonder if he gave her a wave as he went past. Round the telegraph pole turn, about 86 Ben Lambert getting the better run round the pole, and Joe Smith drops the place. So Ben Lambert moves up to 5th. So the last lap board now being prepared. Right, here we go. The leader about to go through the bright green craft, 48 Josh Trusser. Last lap board now out. He goes through. 1 lap to go. Still being chased by Ollie Brand, 155, and then Luke Hudson, 46. A long way back now to 4th, but in a comfortable 4th is 53 Oscar Lewington. And the final run to the line to take the win. Josh Trusser, number 48, first place. And second spot, only just, is Ollie Brown, 155, but close behind, but not quite close enough. Looking for a challenge was Luke Hudson, 46. Fourth goes to 53, Oscar Lewington. And 5th spot, still waiting for 5th. Coming down the hill now, that's going to be 86, Ben Lambert. And 6th spot goes to 24, Joe Smith. 7th goes to 27, Elliot Folland. 8th goes to 51, and I think that's going to be Thomas Cowgill. No, Amy O'Callaghan. There you go, got it wrong. And ninth goes to 147 Nathan Ash, and 10th goes to 67 Nancy Devlin. Right, as the juniors peel back to the paddock, we've now got the open formula race. So this is open to all the main formulas apart from the novice, colt and juniors. So a complete mixed bag. And does look as though we got a fair sprinkling there. On the front row, 119. Jake Trussler this time. So just seeing his brother win the juniors. Jake now holding this first spot in 119 in a Formula 2. Alongside him is 98 Maciek Uchman, Formula 2. Then we got Katrina Palfrey out this time. You saw her dad out earlier, so it's Katrina now out in that red craft in third spot. And then completing the front row in a Formula 3 craft is Richard Pound 144. And then on row 2, we got a Formula 1, number 1. This time, Dad's taking up the mantle, and that is Conrad Beale. So we're going on hold again. Right, so time for me to say just another reminder, if you do want to get some more information about the sport as a whole, not just the racing side, the cruising side, if you want to get involved, not in the actual racing, but something like the marshalling side, get involved in the local club that puts on the event, because there's lots of people behind the scene that get this event put together. We got the scrutineers, the lap scorers, commentator. You can't have my job just yet. I've got a few years left in me. Then the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk. And obviously you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. And the handle for all three of those is at official HCGB. Right, we're back on the 2-minute board. So watch out for that, the green craft, the Formula 1. Conrad Beale is former UK, European and world champion. And he'll be looking to pick off these craft at the appropriate moment. He's going to outpower all of them. Conrad, that craft actually had a bit of disaster on day one on Saturday. Coming down the hill, the thrust fan blew, and it turned out that the belt that takes the drive from the engine up to the fan, the belt broke. There was a clean break in the belt, and that just went straight through the fan, took out all the blades, and that did damage to the duct. But they managed to get it sorted out, ready for the next day. Right, we're coming up to the lights now very shortly. Here we go, we're on the lights. Oh no, Conrad Beale, what's he doing? He's got out the craft. I don't know what's gone on, but he's looking around for his teammates. So Conrad Beale is looking around. Somebody forgot to put the fuel in. Something daft. There we go. A spanner or something has been passed over. Well, that'll give them a chance to catch the rest of the field up. Just been pointed out that 98 Marchak Usburn has stopped as well, just before the drop onto the water. We're down to 3 craft at the moment. 119, Jake Trussler through in the Formula 2, then the Formula 3, 144, Richard Pound, and then the Formula 2, Katrina Palfrey, number 61. Right, so Conrad Bill in that Formula 1 has now, well, whatever that issue was, he's got it sorted and he's away. Well, he's a lap and a half down. Let's see what he can do. Jake Trussler got the race under control there in the lead. Probably not pushing that craft too hard at this moment. And, well, whatever it was, Maciek Uckman has solved the problem in that number 98 craft, so he's back on track. So we got the full grid away eventually. Right, so Conrad Bill has managed to catch Katrina Palfrey, but I think he's still got another lap before he actually gets in front of her. So he's got his work cut out here. Well, with 5 laps gone, 119 Jake Trussler, probably half a lap up on second spot. You'll soon see the difference in performance of the Formula 1 and the Formula 2 as Conrad Bill still forging on. I suspect on the next lap you might see that number 1 craft overtake 119 Jake Truss, who's just put it up on its side at the top of the hill. There we go, that's the difference. The Formula 1 against the Formula 2. So the last lap board is now out. 1 lap to go. Jake Trussler goes through with a comfortable lead. He is half a lap up on second spot, the Formula 3. 144 Richard Pound is running down the hill now. So Conrad Beale has managed to unwind himself. He's now up in the third spot. And can he make it up into second? I think so. So our winner's already gone through, 119. Jake Truster takes the win, but there we go. Conrad Beale has managed to work his way up and past 144 Richard Pound. So Conrad in that Formula 1 takes second spot. Third goes to Richard Pound in that Formula 3. And fourth goes to 61 Katrina Palfrey. And fifth will go to 98 Majak Uthman. So our next group up is Formula 50. Originally designed around the Rotax 503 engine. It's twin cylinder, air cooled, 50 horsepower. They have to run it pretty much as it comes out the box, or as it did originally. So no special carbs or exhaust. They're only allowed to use the one fan to provide both lift and thrust. There is also a weight restriction, but beyond that, it's up to the drivers on what design of hull and skirt they run. Right, I'm going to try and run through the grid. I haven't got the grid sheets with me, but we'll do our best. In pole position, 81 Nick Drew. Second spot is going to be 108 Dan Turnbull. Third spot is Richard Worthington, number 50. Fourth spot at the moment is missing. Row 2, I can see Charlie Clark there, number 95. I can see 89, Peter Symes Thompson. I think I can see Mikey Lambert, 86. And we're on 2 and hold. I can see Honor Greaves further back, number 67. I can see Russ Hudson back there in 46. I think I pretty much cover. Oh, might be Kean Olner there, 72. Well, it looks like there's a small delay somewhere. I'm going to come along quickly and chat to some of the the people here in the public compound. I'm not sure I can leave my radio mic on. We'll see what happens to the speakers, but I might go quiet. Oh, it's starting to buzz a little bit. Hello. You enjoying the racing? Yeah. You are? Who's your favourite? The white one. Okay, we've got a few white ones. I think that's probably number 72. Is that one in this race? You don't know? Okay. And you? What about you? Green one, number one. Oh, super fast. Now, okay, so which one do you prefer? Conrad Beale, the dad, or the son, Callum Beale? Oh, now decisions. Tough choice. Have a think about it. I'll come back to you later. So, number 50 is your favourite, Richard Worthington.
Yeah.
How come? Tell me.
Because he's my best friend. And
He's your best friend.
Yeah. And
How come I'm not your best friend? Come on.
you are.
I am as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll let you off the hook this time. Good. Nice to see you. Right. Anybody else enjoying yourself? You settled in there? It's nice to see you awake this time. Not spilling the beans or anything, but you know. Right, I'm still wandering along here. I know all you lot. I'm not asking you questions, you're trouble. Ethan, how you doing? Oh, not a good weekend, is it? Not going quite according to plan. This is Nathan Ash I'm just talking to, number 147. Oh, looks as though you're on a tower up here. Bloody hell. I know you make me feel shorter than what I actually normally feel. Bloody hell. Yeah. Apart from the beer, are you good? Excellent stuff. Have you got a favourite? Have you got a favourite? Conrad Beale. No brainer. Yeah, yeah. I'm just keeping an eye on the grid now. Yeah, looks like there might be some movements. Oh yeah, yeah. Just shows the speed differential between the Formula 1s and 2s. Right, I'm going to have to go back now because I think that 2-minute is about to go up. Right, here we go. Here we go. 2 minutes away from the start. Oh, no wonder there wasn't so many people to talk to. They're all queuing up at the ice cream van. Bloody hellfire. Ooh. Hello again. Right, that's the 1 minute board just gone up. Here we go, we're on the lights. Well, nip and tuck. It's anyone's game at the moment, or anyone's guess. It looks like it's going to be 50 Richard Worthington's round first. Then 81 Nick Drew, 108 Dan Turnbull. Then a gap already. 295 Charlie Clark, 51 Georgia Olner, 116 Serena Hackett, Ben Lambert, Mikey Lambert, 86. Oh, then we got to come in together between 46 and 89, I think. And then 67 on agrees at the back. Right, okay, so our leader at the moment with a small lead, 50 Richard Wellington. Second spot, Nick Drew has got 108, Dan Turnbull all over the back of him as he comes down the hill and through the line. Dan Turnbull looking to try and get past Nick as they go around the telegraph pole turn. So there we go. A lap later, it's all changed for second spot. Dan Turnbull has got through 108. He's popped the segment on that right-hand side. Shouldn't make a big difference, but that will just take a little bit of edge off the performance. So Nick Drew dropping to third in number 81. Then the battle for fourth. It's 95, 89, 51. Those three locked in the battle there for fourth spot. And 89, Pierce Armstrong has got past Charlie Clark, number 95, as they go up the hill. Right, Charlie Clark, 95, going past us now, has got 51. Georgia all over the back of him as he goes around the telegraph pole, and it looks as though Charlie's going to keep his place at the moment, but Georgia definitely looking to try and get past. And Dan Turnbull in 108, definitely closing that gap down. He's looking to try and make the move. No, not this time. So 50, Richard Wellington still leading after 4 laps. We're now midpoint in the race. Right, looking up the hill. Dan Turnbull's taken the inside line. He's made the move. Is he going to be able to make it stick? Richard goes up on his side. Oh! Takes it up on his side, just bumps the tyre marker there. No, I don't think there's any damage, but he's definitely lost some track time. Still in a comfortable second. So it's 5 laps gone now. The tail end is now being lapped by the leader as he goes across the pond. Oh, and he just catches the thrust there of one of the 86, Mikey Lambert. He's got away with it, but that's allowed 50, Richard Wellington, to close down the gap. Well, Dan Turnbull, having had that small mistake on the last lap, has given hope to Richard Wellington, who's still within striking distance in second spot. Third is 81, Nick Drew. Fourth is 89, Peter Sums Thompson, who's just gone past us now. Fifth is 95, Charlie Clark. Then 51, Georgia Olner. Then away back to 116, Serena Hackett. Then 46, Russ Hudson is just going past now, and there's our leader again with 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is now out. Well, that battle just still going on. Just gone past us. 95 Charlie Clark and Georgia Owner 51. Meanwhile, our leader comes through the line. 108 Dan Turnbull takes the win. Second goes to Richard Wellington, number 50. Third goes to 81 Nick Drew. Still waiting for fourth. And that's the pink and white craft, 89, Peter Symes Thompson. He comes through the line now. So he goes through in fourth. Now we're looking at fifth. That is going to be Charlie Clark, 95. He's managed to pull away very slightly from Georgia Owner, 51. So she takes sixth spot. Seventh is going to go to 116, Serena Hackett. Eighth goes to 46, Russ Hudson. Ninth goes to 86, Mikey Lambert. 10th goes to 67, Honor Greaves. Right, we are now running the Formula 3s and the Formula 35s. So the Formula 3s up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. We do have a mix on the grid. Pole setter 144, Richard Pound is running a 2-stroke. 147, Howard Ash running a 4-stroke. And then in third spot is going to be make sure I got it right. Yeah, Laura Turnbull, 168. And then the one F35 in the race, the purple and white craft, the much bigger duct on the back. Zoe's running a Formula 35 there, and they're allowed to use up to a maximum of 35 horsepower industrial 4-stroke engines. So completely different design concept. So typically you'd find those engines on a sort of agricultural type equipment, so lawnmower, etc. So that 35 horsepower is generally split over two engines. And the thrust fan is running at a much lower RPM. So you will hear the difference. They have to be air cooled. And the usual choice of engine is the Briggs & Stratton. Okay, just some messages going through. So we're going on to the 2-minute board and hold. So I'm going to have another quick wander whilst we're waiting. Oh, question, yes. Right, okay, so the question is about dirty air. So we're talking sort of like with the Formula Ones, they like to run up close behind and get slipstream and make the manoeuvre. Doesn't work in our sport. That's dirty air because you're just hitting a wall of air if you're right behind. So ideally you want to be off to one side because that dirty air potentially could lift the front of the craft up. And then you go vertical and potentially flip over. So you don't want to be doing that. Yeah, if you're in the front, yeah, that's a good place to be. And if you're looking to overtake, you want to be to one side. So you've got clean air you're going into. Good question. Right, okay, I'm going to come back up this far end to look at our grandstand viewers who've got themselves up high. Right, I'm back up here now. All right? Yeah. So this is the first time for you guys watching? No. So, oh, right, okay. You used to work here for Charlie the owner. So how many years have you been watching or involved? Oh, probably a long time. 19 or 20 years, yeah. Yeah. So how come you haven't actually got involved? Yeah. Oh, okay. I won't repeat that over the microphone. He hasn't got what it takes, shall we say? Not quite your thing. Oh, okay. So young lads after one. So what would you be, a junior or a colt? How old are you? Me, 13. Okay. Need to do a bit of persuading then, by the looks of it. Yeah, I mean, we're always looking for marshals. I mean, if a lot of our juniors are doubling up, basically they're out racing and marshalling at the same time, and yeah, that's always good. So, what's your name? Jade. Jaden. Jaden. Okay. What is your last name? McNamara. Okay. I'll look out for that name in the future. Right. I'm going to move along. Somebody's stuffing his face with ice cream here. Won't you ask him a question just yet? Hello, kids. Are you enjoying yourself? So. I'm losing. You're enjoying it, are you? How's that ice cream? It's blue. I can see that. So, who's your favourite? Number one. Oh, super fast. Oh. Richard Worthington, there's a lady up here that, has got her eye on you. Well, she's just pointing out she wouldn't have a clue who you were, but I can always point in the right direction if you want. But maybe his partner might not be too happy about that, Catherine Lucas. So, kids, you're enjoying it. I've got 4 of you. So, who's your favourite? Number 50. Okay, and your one? Number 1. And your one? Number 1 again. Cool. So, is this the first time you've seen the racing? It is. And is it really exciting and fun? It's not just the ice cream. So, do you live local? Okay. And this is the first time you've seen it? Yeah. There you go. We've been coming here for years. You're going to be coming again? I look forward to it. We're racing here later again in the year. So watch out for that. We're here twice this year. Make sure you bring the sunshine with you. We like sunshine. He's thinking about that one. Right, I'm going to come along to this last couple of people just in case. Oh, hang on, here he is. Richard Worthington. Oh, he's heard it. Oh dear, we've got an embarrassed lady here. Here she is. Oh. They've made each other's day, look. I hope Catherine's not listening to this. Oh dear, lovely. Excellent stuff. You're enjoying yourself down there? Blue sky, yeah. Oh, is it? Is it always like up here? How come we've been here before then and it's been, what's it in with rain? And we got stuck in the mud in the camping field. Oh, we're enjoying the sun this time. Are you enjoying yourself? Excellent stuff. Right, I'm going to go back because I think there might be some movement down there. Oh yeah, 2-minute board. I'm going to back now. That was fun, wasn't it? Right, so having got back here, we're on the 1 minute board now. So 8 laps for this race. Coming up to the lights very shortly now. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. And we're away. So it's Howard Ash, 147. That's the early leader, being chased by Richard Pound, 144. Then Laura Turnbull, 168. Then the Formula 35, Zoe Deacon, 171. Well, coming through the first three, very close battle. It's still the 4-stroke, 147. Howard Ash still being chased by Richard Pound, 144. Then Laura Turnbull, 168. Then the F35, Zoe Deacon, 171. Richard Pound all over the back of Howard Ash. He's not found a way through yet. Trying to force him into making an error. But Laura Turnbull is definitely there, waiting in third spot and within striking distance. So as they run down the hill, they're coming to the midpoint in the race now. As they come through the line, that'll be 4 laps completed. Well, Zoe Deacon in that Formula 35 is going to get caught very shortly by the S3, so that could play into the hands of these three coming down. There could be some winners or losers here. It's a case of getting the right racing line. Zoe moves to one side though, lets them through. Very conscious of where she is on the track compared to them. So it's 5 laps completed. Well, the last lap board is now being prepared to run across the top of the hill. Still nothing in between those three. One lap to go now. Well, this is going to be the final chance to run down the hill. If they all keep it clean, this is how they're going to finish. 147, Howard Ash takes the win. 144, Richard Bound takes second. Third goes to Laura Turnbull, 168. And Zoe Deacon will take that first spot for the Formula 35. Up next, Formula 2. So just go through this again. Up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. No 4-strokes this weekend. In pole position, 77 George Barnes. Alongside him is Dan Turnbull, 68. Then we've got 119 Jake Trussler. Then 98 Maciek Uckman completing that front row. On row 2, we've got Dave Palfrey, number 61. So we're into this final block of racing for this weekend. We've got the Formula 2 now. Next up, I'm not sure whether they've got the junior race, a Colt race that was switched around this morning, but then may revert back to its normal slot. Then we've got the F1 race. Again, could be novice. Could be junior or Colt. Then the novice race. We've got no novices now this weekend, so we'll be going into the open race before we finish the weekend. Right, I'm going to have another wander along here because we're on. We're not quite there yet with that 2-minute board. Hello. You still having fun? Is that ice cream still there? Is it lasting a long time? You've only just got it. Make sure nobody nicks it. You've eaten yours? No, it's not the last race. We've still got lots of races to go. I've got a Colt driver here wanting to know whether her race has been switched round. Is that the question? Oh, I've got a race director here. Look, the main man. Oh, no, listen. It's not swapped. So, okay, so the running order you see in your programme, members of the public, is the correct running order. Thank you, Maya, for that question. That's cleared my question. Right, I'm having wander along. If anybody wants to ask a question, shout. Or if you want me to embarrass somebody in your family, again, please shout. Hello. Hello, that looks nice. That's a big ice cream. Is it nice? Have you been watching your mummy? Is she going fast? And what about Grandad? Is he going fast as well? Is he in this race? Are you going to be cheering for him? Yeah, lick your ice cream, it's going to melt. I'll go now. So I'm going back to this group again. This is the young lady that had a hug earlier. Compared to me, she's young. That's the polite way of saying it. I know. So innocent, the young ones. They come out with everything and embarrass adults. Right, okay, the engines are fired up, so we're on a 2-minute board, so I've got to sprint back again. Right, we're on the 1-minute board now, so 1 minute away from the start. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And Dan Turnbull's off first, number 68. Dropping in at second, George Barnes, 77, then 98, Mike Checklockman, then Dave Palfrey, 61, and finally getting away. Oh, a late start for 119, Jake Trussler. I took my eye off the ball. I'm not quite sure what the issue was there, whether it was thrust or lift, but he's now going to play catch-up. of tussle there going on between 98 and 61. 98, Mychek Uckman pops a segment on that front section. That's not going to be a major problem, but that may make the ground a bit harder. He'll have lost some of the cushion there. And Jake Trussler, 119, approaching those two very shortly. He should be able to make the move on them as the race progresses. He's got the pace, I think. Meanwhile, our two front runners still locked in battle for that lead. 68, Dan Turnbull still leading. George Barnes, 77, still in pursuit. So Jake Truster 119 tagged onto the back of this battle between 98 and 61. Meanwhile, our two front runners go through. That is now 4 laps completed. We're midpoint in the race. And 119, they're not quite making it. He's looking to try and make the pass, possibly on this next lap or the one after. I think we'll see a move by Jake Truster. Oh, there we go, he's already made it, going up the hill. So he potentially is now looking to... Oh, George Barnes goes vertical up the hill. He must have caught the thrust of Dan Turnbull. George Barnes almost going vertical and back down the wrong way. So 6 laps gone now. So the two front runners getting caught up with the other battle that's going on the track. So George Barnes putting the craft vertical on that last lap. He's lost some ground on the leader, but he's in a comfortable second. Right, the last lap board is now waiting for our leader. Going through the line with 1 lap to go now, 68 Dan Turnbull. George Barnes, 77, back within striking distance. Right, the final run down the hill. George is not close enough to mount the challenge, so the win will go to Dan Turnbull, number 68. Second goes to 77, George Barnes. Third will go to 98, Mychek Uckman. Fourth will go to 19. Jake Truster, and 5th will go to 61, Dave Palfrey. Right, so our next group up are the juniors. So we're looking at 13 to 16 years of age. As a general guide, they can use the Formula 3 specification craft, Formula 50, and the Formula 35 spec craft. So we've got Jake Trussell, who's just been out in the race, is 119. Got brother Josh now out there in pole position, number 48. Alongside him is Ollie Brand in 155. Then we've got, is it Luke or Tom? Tom Hudson. Not quite as tall as his brother. So Tom Hudson in 46 in 3rd spot there. And then Oscar Lewington in 4th spot. Make sure I get the number right. Yeah, I was talking about Oscar Lewington on the front row to 53. It was his sister that was involved in that incident earlier. No feedback yet on that one. Row 2, we have got, I think that's going to be, I suspect, Elliot Follins, 27, Joe Smith, 24, Nancy Devlin, 67, Ben Lambert, 86. They all potentially could be out there. And 147, Nathan Ash. Right, here we go. We're on the 2-minute board. There we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. And now the 1-minute board. So 8 laps for this group. Here we go, we're on the lights. Hammer away. Oh, it's nip and tuck. Josh Truster, 48, has got the inside line, but can he make it stick? Oscar Lewington, 53, tries to take a tight line. Side by side as it runs to the water, but it is 48, 53, 155. Then 46, 86, 147, 27, 67. And the grid has cleared, but Joe Smith, 24, getting caught in the catch netting as the after the telegraph pole turn. He's all right, but he's now got to play catch up. Well, Josh Trussler opened up with a bit of a lead now in that number 48 craft. The all-green craft coming down the hill. Oscar Lewington still got that second spot. Ollie Brand in pursuit though. So the battle for second just coming past us now, 53. Oscar Lewington still being chased by 155. Ollie Brand. Ollie trying to take a tight turn but swings wide. Well, our leader goes through. He's got quite an extensive lead now. Josh Truster, 48. We're now midpoint in the race. 4 laps gone. Meanwhile, that battle for second is still going on. Oscar Lewington, 53. Still holding off Ollie Brown, 155. Just gone past us now around the telegraph pole turn. And not that far behind. 46, Tom Hudson. Then Nathan Ash, 147. Then 86, Ben Lambert. 27, Elliot Folland. Well, Joe Smith haven't got caught in the catch net in number 24 there, just dropping onto the water. Now caught the back of the pack. So Josh Truster, 48 now, is starting to lap Craft as he goes through the line. He's our leader with 6 laps gone. I've just been informed that Thomas Calgill, who should have been out in this race, they found that the fan frame has cracked, so that's why he's not on this grid. Oh, Tom Hudson goes wide and into the catch netting round the telegraph pole turn. So he loses a place to Nathan Ash. So a mistake there by 46, Tom Hudson. He's lost the place. Now, whether that was due to the skirt damage he's got on the left-hand side there, I'm not quite sure. But our leader goes through the line. 48, Josh Truster, 1 lap to go now. Well, I missed it. The pass was made by Ollie Brown, 155. He's got past Oscar Lewandon, 53. So Josh Truster takes the win, a very easy win in the end. And Ollie Brand, 155, coming through in second. Third goes to Oscar Lewandon, 53. Oh, 86, Ben Lambert has got it completely wrong as he crossed the line and crashed into the netting. Well, strangely enough, his sister who's marshalling as the first one to him. I think that's probably shook him up somewhat. So he's gone through the line and then crashed into the netting. I think the driver's going to be okay, but he's a bit shook up. I'm not sure about the craft yet. So running through the positions, I'll go and check him in at the moment. 48 took the win, Josh Truster. Second goes to 155. Ollie Brand. Third goes to 53, Oscar Lewandon. Fourth goes to 147, Nathan Ash. Fifth goes to 46, Tom Hudson. Sixth goes to Ben Lambert. 86, he's just gone into the catch netting. Seventh goes to 27, Elliot Folland. Eighth goes to 24, Joe Smith. Ninth goes to Nancy Devlin, 67. Right, so our next group up, Formula One. We're a bit thin on the ground with the Formula Ones this weekend. Some of the Formula Twos stepping up to fill that gap, but I'm not sure whether that's going to happen or not. So Ben being attended to by the paramedics and also Mum. She just happens to be a paramedic as well. There you go. In safe hands. But he's up and standing. It's probably shook him up a little bit, but that's hopefully about it. So after this F1 race, we have got the Colt race and the novice race is being dropped. We have no more novices this weekend, and then we'll go into the open race. Oh, looking at the hull, yeah. Bit of gaffer tape, I think, required there. No, well, gaffer tape to get it going initially, but some skirt damage there. I think a bit of fiberglass in, and it'll be good to go again. So that'll be done between now and the next race meeting, which is 2 weeks' time, and that's at Whittlebury Hall. And if you're wondering where that is, it's right next to Silverstone Circuit. So with all our circuits, they do vary considerably with the mix of land and water. Our next one at Whittlebury has got a much bigger stretch of water, a fair bit of land as well. The one after that at Rother Valley Country Park, that is predominantly water. So complete opposite of what you see here. And then what's after that one? I think that's in Gangwerley, which is down south at Fawley. And that is predominantly land with a small section of water. Okay. So we just got the one F1 come out. So he's just going to do a spin round the track to show that he's actually been out, give you a bit of something to look at, and show what sort of speed he's doing. And he might throw in a few pirouettes along the way. And this is where you really see the control of the craft. I mean, you've seen it already with the racing. They can put the nose on that, round that telegraph pole turn. That is how good they can be when they can put it round that corner with the nose almost touching that set of tyres round the pole, and the pinpoint accuracy. So the only way you can equate driving a hovercraft to anything else is like watching a rally car going through the stages. If you've ever watched that, the rally cars, they go racing along the roads or the tracks, they come to a bend, they point the car in a slightly different direction towards the bend, they set it up into a drift before they get there, so that when they get out of the corner, they're then pointing in the right direction. Pretty much the same with the hovercraft. You get it into a drift before the corner, so when you got to the corner, you're then pointing in the right direction. But when you're travelling at high speed, and obviously in a race, that is where the real accuracy comes in and the skill. Because there is no brakes. Okay, it's just been confirmed. Being the only one in the race, they've looked at the points. He can't be caught points-wise, but he's just going to go and do 3 laps to just so what a world champion can do. Conrad has been a former UK, European and world champion. He famously, at the World Championships in America one year, barrel rolled the craft at speed. There was a picture of him with the craft completely the wrong way up, and he's still in the wrong position, upside down. Yeah, it didn't land too well. He did get wet, but it's an amazing picture. So here he goes. They're going through a process here, which is just for just to set him going. So just remember, he'll top out potentially at 80 mile an hour. Give him a wave as he comes through the next time. So going up the hill there, the speed he's going at, you wouldn't attempt that in a normal car. You just wreck the suspension. That is a nasty set of bumps going up and down the hill. So the acceleration on that craft, he'll out drag any or most road cars for a standing start. Here's a useless bit of information for you. I used to race against his father many years ago. So Conrad actually is the, let's work it out, the third generation. And his son and daughter who are racing here this weekend are the fourth generation to be racing. So racing it very much in his blood. His son Callum Bill, now he races as a team with, and Callum did a beautiful pass at the, well, where Conrad just went there at the top of the hill to get past Adam Turnbull, banked the craft at the top, and he banked it all the way along the top of the hill there to make the pass. Quick spin, all under control. So our next group has been called forward. And that is the Colt race. So 2 more races to go. We've got the Colts up next. 10 to 13 years of age. And then we got the final race of the weekend, the Open Formula race. So if you've enjoyed what you've been watching today, that is great. If you want to come to future events, we are here again later in the season. And so if you want to look at the calendar, go to the main club website at www.hovercraft.org.uk. You can obviously follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for those is at official HCGB. Obviously, you can look out for the signs, the advertising when that comes up later. I'm going to try and find out when it is in the calendar, if I can get somebody to look for me. I've got somebody that I'm looking at now who's going to try and check the dates for our next race meeting here. Quick tap of the keyboard, because I can't remember. I think it's in September. There we go. 9th and 10th of September we're back here. But in between that and now, we'll be racing at Whittlebury Hall in 2 weeks' time, right next to Silverstone. We'll be down south at a place called Gangwarley, that's at Fawley. So if you look directly down on the map, Portsmouth, keep going down, and that's where we'll be. Completely different circuit to what we got here. We'll also be at Whittlebury again for a second race meeting also, so we're only part way through the season now. And if you do fancy getting involved, but don't want to go to that expense or whatever of getting a craft yourself, then we're always looking for marshals, lap scorers, scrutineers, etc., or just the people behind the scenes that actually organise these events. So the local branch, the Northwest branch, would have been the ones that initially set everything up here with all the organisation, all the logistics. But then when the actual weekend comes, all the people you see here running around, all the marshals, etc., we've all come from all over the country to actually run the event. Come the end of today, this will all be stripped down before we have prize giving. And even after all these years, I mean, I joined the club in 1967. It's still very much a family-orientated sport. You'll probably pick up on the names, the fact that you got fathers, daughters, mothers, sons, all sorts of combinations, siblings racing, and so still very much family-orientated sport. All right, I just listened to the radio. We're on the 2-minute board now, in just a moment. So 1 minute away from the start now. So don't forget the Colts only do 6 laps. We've only got 3 on the grid. Lily Elston in pole. And in second spot, refresh my memory, is Tyler Reynolds, 158. And then Maya Barlow, number 7 in third spot. Well, Tyler swinging wide there. Maya goes through and says, thank you very much. I'll have that second spot in number 7. See if Tyler can catch up and challenge for that second spot. I think Lily will be pulling away very slowly. The pace of that craft is such, she should be in a comfortable position to win, unless something major goes wrong. Well, Maya Barlow, number 7, has definitely found that throttle. She's definitely picked up the pace. She started racing last year in a different craft, and her confidence has grown this weekend. And yeah, definitely using that throttle now and trying to find the potential of that craft. Her dad is a former world champion in Formula S. It's not a formula we run in the UK, but he was Formula S world champion for many years. He's now concentrating on his daughter, Maya. Oh, Tyler just getting it slightly wrong there as he dropped onto the water. Oh no, he's got it stuck on the bank. Oh, he got away. So we're just over midpoint in the race now. 3 laps to go, or 2.5 with our leader running down the hill now. And Maya Barlow definitely has picked up the pace during this race compared to previous races. So last lap board now being prepared. Half a lap to go for our leader. The next formula starting to form up on the grid, and that is the Open Formula race, our final race of the weekend. There we go. 1 lap to go now for our leader, Lily Olsen, 44. Oh, Tyler, 158, has closed that gap a little bit to Maya in second. With a lap to go. Can he catch her? That's the thing. So Lily comes through to take an easy win. Number 44. Right, the run down the hill. Maya Barlow, number 7. She is going to take second spot. But Tyler, oh, that was close. Tyler was going for it. He's now got to stop before the catch net. Oh, he was carrying the speed through, but a bit too much. Couldn't make the turn, so they both ended up in the catch netting, but I think they're both okay. But he was going for it there, but didn't think about what was going to happen when he came to the turn. So he takes third. Okay, looking at the grid, we've got a Formula 2 in pole. That's Jake Truster, 119. And then I think that's 98, Majek Uchman in a Formula 2. And 61, this time it's Katrina Palfrey. And then completing the front row is the Formula 3, 144 Richard Pound. Dropping into row 2. The number 1 craft, the Formula 1, but this time Callum Bill driving, so Sun out this time. I think we've got one who, just trying to see row 2. No, I'm not quite sure who that is. Zoe Deacon, by the looks of it, is right at the back there in that Formula 35, 171. Maybe Serena Hackett, 116, in that craft that I was trying to spot on the second row. Right, we're coming up to the 2-minute board very shortly now. Georgia Olner, 51. I've just spotted on the grid as well. Right, here we go. 2 minutes away from the start of this final race of the weekend. That's 1 minute away from the start now. And we're away. Here we go. And already it's the Formula One up into the lead and away and gone. Number 1, Callum Bill, followed by 119. Jake Trussler in that Formula 2. Then I think it's 98 Maciek Uckman in the Formula 2. The grid is cleared. Well, our leader is now caught the tail end of Zoe Deacon, 171, so she goes a lap down. Jake Trussler ran the telegraph pole turn, still in a reasonably comfortable second spot, although that not that far behind. Maciek Uckman in 98 is in third spot. Fourth, Richard Pound, 144, then Katrina Pohl, 361, then Georgia Olner, 51, 116, Serena Hackett. So that's 3 laps completed now. Well, leader now has caught on to the tail end group now. He passes Serena Hackett, 116. Georgia Olner, 51 now, the next one to be passed by him. I should imagine that'll be very shortly. So half a lap back is our second spot, just going round the telegraph pole there, 119 Jake Trussler. Then 98 Maciek Uckman, 144 Richard Pound. So that's 6 laps gone now. Leader goes through. Just trying to see how many other craft on the same lap we've got. I think there's only 2 other craft on the same lap now, I'm not sure. No, in fact, it's only one other craft. 119, Jake Trussell just going around the pole there. Our leader comes through, and 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is now out. So if Callum gets the wriggle on, he might catch Jake Trussell before the end of this lap, but I think that might be too much of an ask, but it'll only be the difference of whether he's put everybody a lap down. No, Jake Trussell will go through. He's still got 1 more lap to go in 2nd spot. So Callum Bill takes the final checkered flag of the weekend in that Formula 1. And the race has been stopped. And there's an incident at the top of the hill there. So that is out of my view. Again, the top of that hill catching the driver out. So that result will stand. The leader has gone through to finish anyway. So that result will stand. Well, I thought it was going to be at the top of the hill, but it appears to be down here at the telegraph pole turn. So I'm going to be very quick because I want to keep the that area quiet from the PA. But if you are going away very shortly, that is the final race of the weekend. I hope you've enjoyed the racing here at Magnols Farm. Have a very safe journey home. We hope to see you here again later in the year in September. And don't forget www.hovercraft.org.uk if you want to get more information about the sport as a whole or even to get involved. Right, this is me, Barry Oakley. I'm going to sign off now because the medics are going down to that corner. I'm going to give them some peace and quiet. Thank you very much for coming. Bye-bye.